Hi, I'm Benedict. Welcome to Boring Sleep Stories, a quiet, unhurried space. Settle in and let this gentle narration carry you toward rest. Please like the video and subscribe to our channel, but only and only if you liked the video. The little room is dark and quiet, a small, safe space moving through the vastness of the night. You are settled deep within your sleeper berth, cocooned in soft blankets, their gentle weight a comforting presence. The pillow is cool beneath your head, a soft cloud that cradles you as the world outside slips by. Everything is reduced to this simple, peaceful moment. There is only the darkness of the cabin, the warmth of the blankets, and the steady rhythmic motion of the train. A soft hum vibrates through the floor, up through the mattress, a constant and soothing presence. It is the sound of the journey, the song of the rails. It is a deep, resonant tone that fills the quiet space without being loud, a foundational sound that everything else rests upon. Layered over this hum is the gentle, percussive rhythm of the wheels on the track, a steady click and clack, a soft tap and glide, a pattern that repeats and repeats. Click, clack, click, clack. It is a mechanical heartbeat, a lullaby of steel on steel, predictable and reassuring. It measures the distance not in miles, but in moments of peace. The train sways, a slow and gentle rock from side to side. It is not a jolt or a shudder, but a smooth, fluid cradle. The motion is as constant as the sound, a rhythmic dance that the entire carriage performs as one. You feel it in the way your body shifts ever so slightly against the mattress, the way the blankets seem to rise and fall with the movement. The sway is a gentle hand, rocking you slowly, endlessly. It is the feeling of being carried, of letting go of all effort and allowing yourself to be transported through the night. Outside the large, dark window, the world is a soft, focused dream. The landscape is a deep, velvety black, a canvas of shadows and silhouettes. You do not see details, only shapes. The dark forms of trees stand for a moment against a charcoal sky before blurring and dissolving into the past. The moon, a soft orb of pale light, occasionally breaks through the clouds, casting a silver sheen on distant sleeping fields. The light is faint and fleeting, just enough to give depth to the darkness, to show you that a world is out there, resting as you are. A sliver of pale, warm light shines from beneath the door to your cabin. It is the dim corridor light, a silent watchman in the hallway. It does not intrude on your darkness, but simply defines its edges, reminding you that you are in a self-contained world, a little room of peace. The light is a thin, golden line, a quiet promise of safety. It catches the soft texture of the carpet and casts a faint, barely there glow on the foot of your berth. It is a constant, a tiny anchor in the deep, quiet dark. The gentle sway continues, a slow and easy rhythm. Side to side, a patient and predictable rock. The hum of the rails is a constant companion, a low and steady vibration that you feel more than you hear. It is the sound of progress without hurry, of movement without effort. The click-clack of the wheels marks the time, a gentle and hypnotic beat. Each sound, each movement is part of a larger, harmonious whole. The train breathes and you breathe with it. The slow rock of the carriage, the deep hum of the engine, the soft rhythm of the wheels, it all weaves together into a single soothing experience. Your reflection is a ghost on the window pane, a faint outline superimposed over the passing night. You can see the shape of your head on the pillow, the line of the blanket, all made transparent by the darkness outside. For a moment, you are both here in the warm berth and out there, flying silently through the cool night air. The reflection sways as the train sways, a perfect mirror of the gentle motion. It is a quiet reminder of your own presence in this peaceful, moving sanctuary. In the far distance, a cluster of lights begins to grow. It is a distant station, a small island of soft, hazy gold in the ocean of night. The lights are not bright or harsh. They are muted by distance and atmosphere, appearing as a gentle, diffused glow. The train does not slow in any noticeable way. It glides toward the light, through it, and past it with the same steady momentum. For a few moments the window fills with the soft tableau of an empty platform, a few benches under the warm glow of station lamps, a sleeping town beyond. There are no people, no sounds from outside that can penetrate the quiet of your cabin. It is a silent passing scene, a dream you are drifting through. And then, just as slowly as it appeared, the station recedes. The lights shrink, clustering back together into a single point of warmth before finally dissolving completely into the darkness behind you. The window returns to its canvas of deep black and soft grey, and the journey continues into the uninterrupted night. The hum of the rails remains unchanged. The click-clack of the wheels keeps its steady, familiar rhythm. The gentle sway continues its cradling motion. The passing of the station was not an event, but simply a soft wave in the calm river of the night. The train moves on. You feel the weight of the blanket, a secure and gentle pressure. You notice the way it has settled around you, conforming to the shape of your body, creating a warm and protected space. The air in the cabin is still and cool, but beneath the blanket you are perfectly warm. You can feel the soft texture of the fabric, the slight movement as the train sways. The world is reduced to this simple, tactile sensation of warmth and softness. There is nothing to do, nowhere to be, except right here, in this moving cocoon, drifting deeper into rest. The sound of the train is a constant, a foundation upon which the quiet of the night is built. The deep, resonant hum is always there, a steady vibration that seems to come from the very heart of the earth. It is a sound you can lean against, a sound that holds you. The rhythmic click-clack is the night's gentle percussion, a sound so regular and so predictable that it soon becomes part of the silence itself. You listen to it without effort, letting the pattern wash over you, each repetition a soft suggestion to let go, to drift, to float. The darkness outside the window is not empty. It is filled with motion, with the soft blur of the world passing by. Silhouettes of hills rise and fall on the horizon, their gentle curves outlined for a moment against a sky dusted with faint starlight. A line of trees becomes a soft, dark fence, its posts counted by the rhythmic beat of the wheels. You do not try to focus on any of it. You let the images remain soft and indistinct, a flowing tapestry of shadows. The world is moving, but you are perfectly still, held in the heart of the motion, a calm centre in a turning world. The sliver of light from the corridor remains, a thin, unwavering line of pale gold. It is a quiet reassurance, a reminder of the solid physical space you occupy. It is the only straight line in a world of soft curves and gentle sways. It anchors the room, giving it a sense of place and permanence, even as the entire world outside is in constant fluid motion. You watch the light without watching, aware of its presence as a small, steady comfort in the deep and gentle dark. The train continues its smooth passage through the night. The sway is a constant, a slow and rhythmic rocking that has become as natural as breathing. You feel it in your bones, a gentle, lulling motion that encourages your body to release, to soften, to sink deeper into the mattress. The bed seems to sway beneath you, a hammock suspended in the quiet dark, rocked by the steady hand of the journey. Each sway is a gentle push deeper into a state of profound rest, a slow and easy descent into sleep. Another distant glow appears on the horizon. It is another small station, another sleeping town. It looks much like the last one, a familiar cluster of soft, hazy lights. The train approaches it with the same unhurried grace, the same steady rhythm. The hum of the rails does not change its tune. The click-clack of the wheels does not alter its tempo. The train glides through the pool of warm light, revealing another empty platform, another quiet scene that seems to exist only for you, the silent observer. The soft lights of the station paint a fleeting, gentle wash of colour across the window pane, for a moment overpowering your faint reflection. The world outside is briefly visible as a place of soft edges and warm tones, a peaceful diorama that exists for just a few heartbeats. And then it is gone. The station slides away, its light shrinking back into the vast darkness behind the train. The window returns to its deep, familiar black, and the ghost of your reflection reappears, swaying with the train, continuing the journey into the endless, open night. The quiet in the cabin is deep and profound. It is a quiet made of soft sounds, the hum, the rhythm of the wheels, the faint rustle of your own blanket, the soft sound of your own breathing. These sounds do not disturb the quiet, they create it. They are the sounds of peace, the sounds of a world in gentle, predictable motion. They form a protective bubble of sound around you, insulating you from everything else, allowing your mind to grow still and calm. You feel the vibration of the train in the pillow, a faint, deep tremor that travels up into your head. It is a gentle massage, a soothing frequency that seems to loosen the thoughts of the day and allow them to drift away. The hum is not just in your ears, but in your whole body, a resonant frequency of calm. You are part of the train, and the train is part of the night. You are all moving together, in perfect, simple harmony. The sway of the carriage is a slow, unending dance. A gentle lean to the left, a soft pause, a gentle lean to the right. It is the rhythm of a deep and steady breath. The entire world seems to be rocking you, the whole night a cradle. You let your body move with it, without resistance, without thought. You are floating on a calm sea, rocked by a gentle, endless tide. The motion is so smooth, so predictable, that you can feel yourself letting go, trusting the journey, trusting the night to carry you. The darkness outside the window continues to flow by, a river of shadows. There is nothing to see, and yet it is beautiful. It is the beauty of simplicity, of emptiness, of pure potential. It is a space for your mind to rest, a blank canvas free of distraction. The occasional flicker of a distant lonely light only serves to emphasize the vastness of the dark, the peaceful solitude of your journey. The train moves on, and the river of night flows with it. The soft hum of the rails continues, a deep and endless note. The click-clack of the wheels is a steady, gentle beat. The sway of the berth is a slow and patient rock. These things do not change. They are the constants of this journey, the anchors of this peaceful, drifting moment. They will continue long after your thoughts have faded, long after you have drifted completely into sleep. They are the sounds and feelings of the journey, and the journey continues on and on through the deep and quiet night. The train moves on, and you drift with it, carried forward into the peaceful dark. The only light in the room comes from the cast-iron stove. It is not a bright light, but a deep and steady orange glow that pulses from behind the small glass door. The glow spills out onto the wide wooden floorboards, painting a soft, warm circle on the aged wood. Within this circle of light, the air is thick with a dry, radiant heat. It is a warmth that feels heavy and solid, a comforting presence in the quiet space. The stove itself makes a low, humming sound, a deep and resonant thrum that is more a feeling in the chest than a noise in the ears. Every so often a log inside shifts and settles, sending a cascade of soft, crackling pops through the cabin, like tiny sparks taking flight. A faint, clean scent of burning birchwood and a sharper note of pine resin from the logs stacked neatly in a brass holder nearby mingle in the air. The smell is of the forest, but tamed and warmed by the fire. Outside the single large window, the world is a deep, velvety blue-black. Snow falls. It is not a wild blizzard, but a slow and patient descent of thick, heavy flakes. They drift downwards in the still air, catching the faint light from the cabin and turning into silent, shimmering specks of silver before disappearing into the darkness below. There is no wind. The tall pine trees that surround the cabin stand as dark, unmoving silhouettes, their branches already heavy with a thick layer of white. The snow has been falling for hours, and it has built a soft, sound-absorbing blanket over the entire landscape. The world outside the window is completely silent, a silence so profound it seems to press gently against the glass. A slow step is taken on the wooden floor, and the old board gives a low, familiar groan. The sound is absorbed instantly by the quiet of the room. Another step, and then another, moving away from the immediate intense warmth of the stove and into the cooler air of the rest of the cabin. The air here is still and cool, but not cold. It carries the scent of old wood and clean wool. The floorboards are smooth and cool under the soles of thick woolen socks. The movement is unhurried, a slow passage through the shifting patterns of light and shadow. The firelight stretches and recedes, making the corners of the room swim in soft darkness. At the window, the glass is cold to the touch. A hand rests against the pane, the coolness a stark contrast to the warmth of the stove. Outside, a single large snowflake lands on the glass, a perfect, intricate star of ice. It lingers for a moment, a tiny, detailed jewel, before its edges begin to soften and melt, turning into a small, clear bead of water that traces a slow, wavering path down the pane. Another flake follows, and then another. They arrive without a sound, landing gently and beginning their slow transformation. Watching them is like watching a slow, silent clock, marking a time that has no hours or minutes. The snow continues its steady, determined fall, adding layer upon layer of white to the world, simplifying the shapes of the trees and the roofline, burying the path and softening every edge. A turn from the window leads to a small counter where a simple ceramic kettle rests. A hand lifts it, feeling its weight. The quiet slosh of water from within is the only sound. With a click, the kettle is placed on the small electric burner, and another soft click turns it on. A tiny red light glows on the countertop, a small companion to the large orange glow of the fire. For a few moments, there is only the hum of the stove and the deep silence from outside. Then a new sound begins, a faint, low hum from the kettle, a vibration that grows steadily in pitch and volume. The water inside begins to stir, a gentle rumble that builds into a soft, rolling boil. The sound fills the small space, a busy, comforting noise. Steam begins to puff from the spout in soft white clouds, carrying a clean mineral scent. A thick, earthenware mug is taken from a shelf. It is heavy and cool, its surface a smooth, dark blue glaze. A small, papery bag of chamomile tea is dropped inside, its string and tag hanging over the rim. The boiling water is poured from the kettle, a clear, steaming stream that hits the bottom of the mug with a gentle rush. The water swirls, and the tea bag begins to release its colour, a pale golden yellow that unfurls in the water like a ribbon of silk. The scent of chamomile rises with the steam, a sweet floral apple-like fragrance that is soft and calming. The mug is warm now, its heat seeping into the hands that hold it. The small red light on the burner clicks off, and the sound of the boiling water subsides, leaving once again the steady, low thrum of the wood stove. Carrying the warm mug, the slow walk returns toward the fire. On the back of a large, worn armchair, a heavy wool blanket is folded. It is a deep forest green, its texture thick and slightly coarse. A hand unfolds it, shaking it out with a single soft snap. The blanket is large and weighty. It smells faintly of cedar from the chest where it is stored, and of clean, dry wool. The blanket is draped over the shoulders, its weight settling in a comforting, grounding pressure. The soft wool immediately begins to trap the warmth of the room, creating a personal cocoon of heat. The armchair is deep and soft, and sinking into it is a slow, cushioned descent. The springs give a quiet sigh. The body settles, finding the familiar contours of the cushions. The warm mug is held in two hands, its heat a pleasant anchor. The steam continues to rise, its scent of chamomile mingling with the pine and birch smoke from the fire. A small sip is taken. The tea is hot, but not scalding. It tastes of flowers and honey and warmth, a gentle, soothing flavour that travels down to the stomach, spreading a soft heat from within. The weight of the blanket on the shoulders and back is a constant, reassuring presence. The wool is soft against the skin of the neck. The view from the chair is of the fire. The flames inside the stove have died down, leaving a bed of embers that glow with an intense internal light. They pulse with a slow, steady rhythm like a sleeping heart. A piece of charcoal black wood shifts and a shower of bright orange sparks dances up the inside of the stovepipe, disappearing into the dark. The metal of the stove ticks softly as it cools and contracts. The heat it radiates is less intense now, but still a constant, gentle wave. The light it casts is softer too, a deeper red that makes the shadows in the room long and peaceful. Outside, the snow has not stopped. It continues its silent, relentless journey to the ground. It is impossible to tell how deep it is now, but the world seems to have grown even quieter, more insulated. The cabin feels like a ship adrift in a vast, silent, white ocean. The only sounds are the sounds of the cabin itself, the soft ticking of the stove, the low hum of the embers, the occasional deep groan of a wooden beam settling under the weight of the snow on the roof. These are the sounds of a place at rest, secure and sheltered. The mug is now just pleasantly warm. The tea is gone. The mug is placed on the floor beside the chair, its placement making a soft, solid clink on the wood. The hands are tucked under the wool blanket, finding the warmth there. The head rests back against the high back of the chair. The eyes watch the pulsing embers, the slow, rhythmic brightening and dimming of the light. The steady warmth, the comfortable weight of the blanket, and the profound quiet of the winter night all combine into a single peaceful sensation. The air is still. The fire burns low. The snow continues to fall. The air cools as the light softens, sinking down through the tall, straight trunks of the pines. A path, more a suggestion than a trail, winds between the trees. It is not made of gravel or stone, but of the forest itself. A deep, soft carpet of fallen pine needles, layered over years, cushions every footstep. The sound is a quiet crush, a whisper of dry fibres giving way. Beneath the needles, the earth is dark and damp, holding the day's last warmth. Patches of deep green moss grow thick and velvety over the rounded shoulders of stones and across the sprawling roots of the pines. The moss feels cool and springy, a living cushion that muffles sound and softens the hard edges of the world. The air smells clean and sharp, a mixture of pine resin, damp earth, and the cool mineral scent of moving water. Farther on, the sound of that water becomes clearer, not a rush or a roar, but a gentle, constant murmur. It is the sound of a creek making its steady way over a bed of smooth, worn stones. The sound weaves through the whisper of the wind in the high branches of the pines, a steady bass note to the trees' soft sighing. The path slopes gently downward toward the sound of the water. Through a break in the trees, the lodge appears. It is built of dark, heavy timbers, settled into the landscape as if it grew there. A single window glows with a low, warm yellow light, a beacon in the deepening blue of the evening. The lodge is sheltered, tucked into a small clearing, with the forest rising up behind it, and the creek running just below. The path ends at a set of wide, shallow steps made from split logs. They lead up to a covered porch that runs the length of the lodge. The wooden planks of the porch floor are smooth and worn underfoot. A simple wooden railing, its surface polished by weather and time, feels solid and cool. From here, the sound of the creek is a constant, soothing presence, a liquid murmur that fills the quiet air. The water itself is visible, a ribbon of dark, moving silver, catching the last of the sky's light. A few pine needles have drifted onto the porch, and they skitter softly in a small breeze that stirs the air. The front door is heavy, made of thick planks of wood, with a simple latch of dark, cool iron. The latch lifts with a quiet, metallic click. The door swings inward without a sound, opening into the warmth within. The air inside is still and warm, carrying the faint, clean scent of cedar and a hint of wood smoke from a long, extinguished fire. The door closes with a soft, solid thud, muting the sounds of the forest. The murmur of the creek becomes a faint, low hum, a vibration felt as much as heard. The single lamp on a small wooden table casts a pool of gentle light, illuminating the rich grain of the wooden walls and the smooth, polished floorboards. A pair of sturdy boots are set by the door, and another pair, worn and soft, are placed beside them. The laces are undone, the boots slipped off. The feeling is of release. the day's journey ending. In soft woolen socks, the floor feels smooth and slightly cool. A quiet walk across the main room leads to a small alcove. Here, a simple counter holds a ceramic pitcher of water, a copper kettle, and a few plain white mugs. The kettle is lifted, its weight familiar. The lid comes off with a soft scrape of metal on metal. Water from the pitcher is poured into the kettle, the sound a low, pleasant gurgle. The kettle is placed on a small cast-iron stove. A knob turns with a quiet click, and a blue flame appears with a soft whoosh, its heat instantly sensible. While the water begins to warm, a small wooden box is opened. Inside, compartments hold different dried herbs. A pinch of pale chamomile flowers and a few leaves of dried mint are spooned into one of the white mugs. The scent is faint, a dry and dusty sweetness. A window above the counter looks out into the darkness. The forest is a wall of deep shadows, the individual shapes of the pines lost in the gloom. The reflection in the glass shows the quiet room, the warm light, the still figure. The sound of the water in the kettle begins to change, a low hum that gradually grows in pitch. Soon a tiny wisp of steam escapes the spout, then another. The sound builds to a gentle, steady hiss. Just before it would whistle, the flame is turned off. The silence that follows is deep and restful. The kettle is lifted, its handle wrapped in a small cloth. Hot water streams into the mug, swirling the herbs. The water immediately begins to take on a pale golden colour. Steam rises in a fragrant cloud, smelling of warm apples and fresh mint. The mug is warm, its heat seeping into hands that wrap around it. It is carried from the alcove to a low, comfortable armchair near the lamp. The chair is upholstered in a soft, durable fabric, its arms made of smooth, curved wood. Sinking into the cushions is a slow release. The warmth of the mug is a grounding presence. The first sip of the tea is hot, the flavour gentle and soothing. The steam warms the face. Outside, the wind picks up for a moment, its sound a low moan as it moves through the pines. The sound of the creek remains unchanged, a steady, unhurried flow. There is nothing to do but sit and feel the warmth spread from the centre of the chest outward. Each sip is slow, deliberate. The level of the tea in the mug slowly lowers. The world narrows to the pool of lamplight, the comfortable chair, the warmth of the drink, and the quiet sounds of the night. When the mug is empty, it is carried back to the counter and rinsed with cool water from the pitcher. The simple, methodical movements are calming. The wet herbs are tipped out, and the clean mug is placed upside down to dry. The lamp is turned down, its bright yellow glow softening to a dim amber warmth, just enough to see by. The room fills with soft shadows. A doorway leads into a smaller room where the air is cooler. A large bed with a simple wooden headboard stands against the far wall. The covers have been turned down, revealing a clean white sheet and a thick, heavy quilt. The pillow is plump and inviting. The soft, loose clothes for sleeping are laid out on the foot of the bed. Changing is a slow, quiet process. The day's clothes are folded and placed on a wooden chest. The soft cotton of the night clothes is a comfort against the skin. The quilt is pulled farther back. The sheet is cool to the touch. The mattress gives slightly as it takes the weight, a soft sigh of bedding. The head finds the pillow, which cradles it perfectly. The quilt is drawn up, its weight a gentle, reassuring pressure. The body settles, finding a comfortable position. A deep breath is taken in, filling the lungs with the clean air, scented with laundered cotton and the ever-present faint perfume of pine. The breath is released in a long, slow sigh. The sounds of the lodge are gone. There is only the breathing, slow and steady, and the sounds of the forest outside. The constant, gentle murmur of the creek flowing over its stones. The soft, deep whisper of the wind moving through the tops of the endless pines. The sounds continue, a lullaby for the quiet, sheltered dark. The last of the light filters down through the tall, straight trunks of the pines. It is not a bright light, but a soft grey wash that deepens the green of the forest and smooths the edges of the world. The air is cool and still, holding the clean, sharp scent of pine needles, a scent that has been rising from the forest floor all day, released by the warmth of the sun, and is now settling in the cool of the evening. Underfoot, the ground is soft, a deep carpet of fallen needles and rich dark earth. Each step is quiet, cushioned by seasons of decay and renewal. The foot sinks slightly with every placement, a gentle yielding that makes walking slow and deliberate, a rhythm set by the forest itself. A path, barely a path, the day's light softens, pulling back from the narrow lanes and high stone walls. Footsteps fall on worn cobblestones, the sound gentle and absorbed by the cooling air. A scent of dust and dry moss from the walls gives way to something else, a cooler, sharper fragrance carried on the slightest movement of air. It is the smell of salt and wet stone, the first hint of the nearby sea. The lane curves, following the natural slope of the land as it descends toward the harbour. Here and there, a heavy wooden gate is set into a wall, and over the top the dark green leaves of a climbing rose or the tangled branches of an old fig tree are visible against the deepening sky. The air grows cooler, carrying the scent of the coming evening. The last of the warmth from the stones radiates upward, a faint heat felt through the soles of shoes. The lane opens slightly, revealing a small square of houses clustered together. Their windows are dark for now, their slate roofs the colour of a deep shadow. A final gate, its iron latch cool and smooth to the touch, swings inward with a quiet click. It opens onto a small enclosed garden, where the scent of night-scented stock begins to rise, a sweet perfume mingling with the ever-present salt air. A path of flat stones leads to a dark wooden door. The key turns in the lock with a solid mechanical sound, a sound of arrival and of closure. The door opens into a still, quiet space. The air inside is warmer than the air outside, holding the memory of the day's sun. It smells of old wood, beeswax, and the faint, clean scent of dried lavender. The door closes, its heavy weight shutting out the sounds of the lane, replacing them with a profound and welcoming silence. Floorboards, wide and smooth with age, give a soft sigh underfoot. The last of the evening light filters through a tall window at the far end of a simple room, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the still air. A staircase rises into the growing shadows of the upper floor. The wooden banister is worn to a silken smoothness, cool and solid beneath a hand. Each step upward is a slow and deliberate ascent, the house settling into its nightly rhythm. The faint creak of a tread is a familiar sound, a conversation with the old structure. At the top of the stairs, a short hallway leads to another door. This one is slightly ajar, and from within comes the softest whisper of moving air. Inside, the room is simple. A bed, a wooden chair, a small table. The main feature is a large window that looks out over the town and the harbour below. The window is made of two sashes, and the lower one is pushed halfway up, propped open with a block of wood. This is where the sea makes its presence known. The salt air, no longer a subtle hint, pours into the room, cool and damp and clean. It carries the complex scent of the ocean, of brine and distance and deep cold water. It touches the skin with a refreshing chill, a gentle awakening of the senses. Below, the town is a collection of dark, angled roofs and chimney pots. The harbour is a basin of deep, dark water, cradled by stone sea walls. The sky above is no longer blue, but a velvety indigo, deepest at its highest point, and fading to a soft, pale grey at the horizon where it meets the sea. A single light appears, a warm, amber glow on the far side of the harbour. It is a lantern, fixed to a post at the end of a stone pier. A moment later, another one joins it, and then another, a string of soft golden lights tracing the curve of the quay. They do not flicker, they burn with a steady, unwavering luminescence. Their reflections appear on the surface of the water, long, wavering pillars of light that stretch and contract with the gentle movement of the tide. The tide is coming in. It is not a sound of crashing waves, but a slow, rhythmic breathing, a deep, resonant sigh as the water swells and presses against the granite blocks of the sea-wall. The sound is a constant, a low hum that underlies the quiet of the evening. It is the sound of immense, slow power, a rhythm as steady as a heartbeat. The water laps against the hulls of the fishing boats moored in the harbour, a gentle, percussive sound, a soft and hollow tapping. The boats themselves are dark shapes, their masts like fine pencil lines drawn against the fading light. They rock in unison, a slow and graceful dance with the incoming tide. A rope creaks, a sound of tension and release. A wooden fender bumps softly against a stone wall. These are the small, intimate sounds of the harbour settling down for the night. From far away, a gull calls out. It is not the sharp, demanding cry of daytime, but a long, plaintive note that is carried on the breeze and softened by distance. It is a lonely sound, but not a sad one. It is a sound that belongs to this place, as much a part of the evening as the salt air and the light from the harbour lanterns. Another gull answers, its call even fainter, almost lost in the vastness of the sky and sea. The air continues to drift into the room, moving the thin curtains in a slow, silent wave. It smells of the open ocean now, a clean, wild scent that speaks of distance and depth. The coolness of it is a comfort, a clean slate at the end of the day. The windowsill is cool and slightly damp to the touch. Looking down, the quiet lanes are now completely dark, their twists and turns hidden in shadow. The only light comes from the occasional downstairs window of a house, a warm yellow square that suggests warmth and quiet activity within. But mostly the town is dark, surrendering to the night. The focus is the harbour, the steady lanterns, and the breathing water. The rhythm of the tide is hypnotic, a long, slow swell, a pause, and then a gentle release. The water sighs, a sound of deep contentment. It is a rhythm that has no beginning and no end. It has been happening all day, and it will continue all through the night. The boats continue their slow, rocking motion, their masts tracing lazy arcs against the first stars that begin to prick the deep indigo of the sky. The harbour lanterns cast their golden light onto the stone quays, revealing the texture of the weathered rock and the dark green seaweed clinging to the lower blocks. The light catches the wetness of the stones, making them gleam. The reflections on the water dance, but they dance in slow motion, stretching and compressing, merging and separating, always returning to their long, shimmering shapes. The air is filled with the taste of salt, a faint, clean tang on the tongue. It is the taste of the sea itself, carried inland on the gentle, persistent breeze. The sounds are all soft and muted. The distant, fading calls of the gulls, the rhythmic sigh of the tide, the gentle, hollow knock of water against wood, the creak of a rope taking a strain. These sounds weave together into a single, calming tapestry of the coastal night. The world outside the window is reduced to these simple, concrete things: the steady, warm light of the lanterns, the deep, dark, moving water, the immense, quiet sky, and the cool, clean air. There is nothing to do but observe, to listen, to feel the slow pulse of the harbour. The mind settles, letting go of the day. The focus narrows to the gentle rocking of a boat, to the way a lantern's reflection shimmers on a small wave, to the deep, slow breath of the tide coming in. The water continues its slow, inexorable rise. It covers another inch of the seawall, the sound changing slightly as it finds a new surface to press against. A boat turns slowly on its mooring, its dark shape realigning with the gentle current. The lanterns hold their steady, golden watch. The air keeps moving, a constant, cool presence. The rhythm of the tide continues, a slow and steady beat in the deep quiet of the night. The light holds steady on the dark water. The tide breathes in, and the tide breathes out. The boats sway in their slips, a slow and easy rhythm that does not end. The world is small and warm, contained within the gentle dark of the sleeper berth. There is nothing beyond this space, nothing to do, nowhere to be but here. The air is still and cool against your skin, a pleasant contrast to the weight of the blankets tucked around you. The fabric is soft, a gentle pressure that holds you securely, a quiet anchor in the moving night. Outside the window, the world is a deep, velvety black, a canvas of pure darkness that slides endlessly by. There are no stars, no moon, just the profound and peaceful emptiness of the countryside at night. The glass is cool to the touch, a solid presence separating your quiet world from the vast one outside, and beneath it all, the sound, the constant steady hum of the train on the rails. It is not a noise, but a presence, a deep resonant vibration that you feel as much as you hear. It's in the floor, in the walls, in the pillow beneath your head. A metallic, soothing song that has no beginning and no end. It is the sound of journey, the sound of movement without effort, the sound of being carried safely through the dark. With the hum comes the motion, a gentle rhythmic sway from side to side. It is a slow and patient dance, a rocking cradle on an infinite track. The motion is predictable, reliable. A soft lean to the left, a pause, and a soft lean to the right. It is the rhythm of the journey, a physical lullaby that works its way into the rhythm of your own breathing. Each sway is an invitation to let go, to release a little more into the comfort of the berth. A thin line of warm, honey-coloured light glows from beneath the door to the corridor. It is a dim and distant light, a silent reminder that the train is a vessel of quiet lives, all moving together through the same night. It does not intrude. It simply is. A soft, unwavering line that defines the edge of your peaceful space, making the darkness within feel even safer, even more complete. The light is a silent watchman, a quiet promise of security. The steady hum of the rails is joined by a soft, percussive click and clatter, the sound of the wheels passing over the seams in the track. Click, clack, a pause. Click, clack. It is a gentle, metallic heartbeat. It is not jarring, but part of the train's deep and continuous song. Each sound is a marker of distance covered, of miles melting away into the past, without any need for your attention. The sound is hypnotic, a mantra of metal on metal, pulling your thoughts further and further away from the day. The sway continues, a slow and easy rhythm. Your body yields to it completely, moving with the train as if they are one. There is no resistance, only a soft and fluid surrender to the motion. The gentle rocking eases through your limbs, loosening any lingering tension, smoothing out the edges of your thoughts. You are held, you are rocked, you are carried. From time to time, a distant station appears. It is not a place, but a brief wash of light against the window, a bloom of soft amber or pale white that drifts across the glass and then is gone. It paints a fleeting, silent picture on the darkness, a watercolour dream of a platform, a bench, a single light pole standing guard over an empty space. These stations are ghosts, memories of places you will never know. They arrive without announcement and depart without a farewell. Their light is soft, muted by distance and speed, and it only serves to deepen the darkness that follows. With the light, sometimes comes a distant sound, a murmur of activity, the faint and mournful call of a far-off signal, a sound so faint it might be imagined. It is the sound of a world that is asleep, a world that you are passing through like a quiet thought. The sounds are absorbed by the steady hum of your own carriage, becoming just another layer in the rich, deep texture of the night's journey. Then they are gone, and only the constant, reassuring hum remains. The air in the berth is your own. It carries the faint, clean scent of linen and the cool, mineral smell of the night air from some unseen vent. You breathe it in, a slow, deep breath, and as you exhale, you feel yourself sinking deeper into the mattress, into the soft support of the pillows. Your breathing finds the rhythm of the train, the slow rise and fall of your chest, matching the gentle sway, the steady beat of your heart finding its companion in the click-clack of the wheels on the track. The line of light under the door is a constant, a warm thread in the cool dark. It does not change. It asks nothing of you. It is simply there, a boundary of soft gold. It is the only landmark in this small, dark universe. Its presence is comforting, a quiet confirmation that you are enclosed, safe in your travelling room. The darkness outside the window is no longer just an absence of light. It has a texture, a depth. It feels vast and soft, like deep water or endless velvet. Watching it slide by is like watching a slow, dark river. There is nothing to see, and so the eyes can rest, the mind can soften. There are no shapes to define, no details to process, only the pure, simple fact of the moving dark. The hum of the rails continues its endless song. It is the sound of the world turning, the sound of time passing in a fluid, uninterrupted stream. There is no past, no future, only the long, continuous now of the journey. The vibration is a gentle massage for the body and the mind, a constant reminder to let go, to drift. It is a sound that fills all the empty spaces, leaving no room for stray thoughts or worries. It is the sound of peace. The gentle rocking motion has become a part of you. You no longer notice where your body ends and the train begins. The sway is your sway. The movement is your movement. You are floating on a current of steel and darkness, adrift on a river of rails that flows only forward, only into deeper quiet. Another station drifts by, a smudge of pale light in the distance. It is softer this time, less defined. A brief hazy glow that washes over the window for a moment, illuminating nothing, before being swallowed again by the night. It is a dream of a place, a half-formed thought that dissolves before it can be fully known. There is no sound this time, only the silent passage of light. And then the darkness returns, deeper and more welcoming than before. The blankets feel heavier now, their gentle weight a comforting presence that grounds you, that holds you. You are part of this birth, part of this train, woven into the fabric of its journey. The cool air touches your face, a soft caress. Everything is simple. Everything is quiet. The corridor light under the door seems softer, its golden line blurring at the edges. It is a warm glow, a feeling of warmth more than a source of light. It is the memory of light, fading into the peaceful dark. The sounds of the journey begin to merge, the deep hum of the engine, the vibration in the floor, the rhythmic clatter of the wheels. They are all becoming one sound, a single, resonant, all-encompassing drone. It is the pulse of the night. It is the breathing of the train. It is a sound that you can sink into, a sound that will hold you. The sway is almost imperceptible now, a slow, deep rhythm that is more felt than noticed, a gentle, unending rock and fall, a movement that has no destination, only continuation. It is the motion of sleep itself, the gentle drift from one state to another. Darkness. The window is just a space of deeper darkness now, a void, a peace, the hum. It is everywhere, a low, steady vibration, the only thing that is real, the motion, a slow, easy sway, a deep, quiet rhythm, on and on, through the deep, dark night, the sound, the sway, nothing else, just the hum, the steady, low hum, just the motion, the slow, endless sway, carried, held, through the night, on and on, the hum, the dark, the sway, on and on, just this, just the journey, through the night, on and on. Here in the quiet of the wooden lodge, all is still. The world outside is sinking into a deep and peaceful dark, a soft blanket of twilight settling over the pines. The walls of the lodge are made of dark, heavy wood, and they hold the warmth of the day, a gentle, radiant heat that soothes and comforts. You are sheltered here, completely safe within these sturdy walls, a quiet island in the middle of a vast, sleeping forest. The only light comes from a low, soft glow in the corner, a gentle lantern casting long, slow shadows that dance in a lazy, predictable rhythm. The light catches the grain of the wood, highlighting the whorls and lines of 100 years of growth. It is a warm, honeyed light, just enough to see by, just enough to feel secure. Outside, the gentle creek murmurs its endless, soft song. It is a sound that has no beginning and no end, a constant, soothing whisper of water flowing over smooth, mossy stones. The sound travels through the cool night air, through the open window, and fills the room with its peaceful rhythm. It is a sound of pure, clean water making its way through the forest, a sound that washes away the day, leaving only stillness behind. It is a predictable sound, a gentle and unchanging current of peace. You can follow the sound with your mind, imagining the clear water tumbling and turning, catching the faint light of the stars, flowing on and on through the deep, quiet woods. The murmur of the creek is the heartbeat of the forest tonight, a slow, steady and calming pulse. With the sound of the water comes the scent of the pines, a cool, clean fragrance that speaks of tall, ancient trees and the soft forest floor. The air that drifts in is heavy with the smell of pine needles, of damp earth, and the subtle, sweet perfume of moss growing thick on bark and stone. It is the scent of deep, untouched nature, a pure and cleansing aroma. It fills your lungs with each slow, easy breath, breathing in the cool scent of the forest, breathing out into the warmth of the lodge. The two mingle in the air around you, the cool scent of the pines and the warm scent of the cedar walls, creating a fragrance of pure tranquility. It is the smell of this place, this sheltered retreat, a scent of safety and deep, quiet rest. The soft forest floor is out there, a carpet of fallen needles and rich dark soil. You can feel its softness underfoot just by thinking of it, a yielding cushion that silences every step. Moss grows there in plush green patches, covering fallen logs and the roots of the great pines. The moss is like velvet, thick and damp and cool to the touch. It holds the memory of the rain, the memory of the mist, a living blanket on the forest floor. Here inside the lodge, you are resting on something just as soft, a thick, warm blanket, a deep and welcoming bed. The weight of the blanket is a gentle pressure, a comforting presence that helps you to feel grounded and secure. It is a different kind of softness from the moss and the forest floor, a warm and dry softness, a softness that invites you to let go, to sink down, to rest completely. The gentle creek continues its song, a soft and steady rushing that never changes its tune. It is the perfect background for sleep, a sound that asks for nothing, a sound that simply is. It flows and flows, a river of peace in the quiet night. Sometimes a single drop of water might make a slightly higher sound, a gentle plink against a stone, and then it is gone, absorbed back into the constant murmuring flow. The sound is a lullaby sung by the forest itself, a timeless and patient song. It has been singing this song for countless nights, and it will sing it for countless more. You are here to listen, to let the sound carry you, to let it become a part of your own quiet rhythm. The water flows, and you breathe. In and out, the water murmurs, and you rest. The scent of the pines remains, a constant clean presence in the air. It is the breath of the forest, exhaled slowly through the night. Imagine the tall pines standing just outside the lodge, their dark shapes like silent guardians against the deep blue of the sky. Their branches are heavy with needles, and they sway ever so slightly in the night air, a slow, ponderous dance that is almost too slow to see. They are ancient and wise, these trees. They have stood here through seasons of sun and snow, rooted deep in the earth. Their presence is a comfort, a symbol of strength and endurance. They shelter this lodge, creating a pocket of profound stillness. The air you breathe is a gift from them, clean and cool and filled with the essence of their life. Breathing in the peace of the pines, breathing out the cares of the day. Within the lodge, the soft light flickers gently. It is a simple, honest light, a warm glow that makes the wooden walls seem to come alive. The shadows it casts are soft and indistinct, moving with a slow, hypnotic grace. They lengthen and shorten on the walls, on the ceiling, a silent, peaceful ballet. There is nothing to startle, nothing to disturb the deep calm of the room. The light is like a single, steady candle flame, a beacon of warmth in the cool, dark forest. It is a light to rest by, a light that encourages your eyes to close, to find the even deeper, more peaceful darkness behind your eyelids. It is a gentle glow that promises safety, that watches over you as you drift, the warmth from the lantern, or perhaps the embers of a long-gone fire, radiates into the room, a gentle heat that you can feel on your skin, a comforting presence that wraps around you like another blanket. The feeling of being sheltered is complete. The strong wooden lodge, the tall protective pines, the heavy warm blanket. Everything combines to create a sensation of perfect safety. The world outside can continue on, but here, in this small warm space, time seems to slow down. It stretches and softens, losing its sharp edges. There is only this moment, this breath, this gentle sound of water. The murmur of the creek is a constant reminder that life flows on, but here you are invited to be still, to be an island of stillness in the middle of that gentle flow. The wooden walls are a barrier against everything but peace. The roof above is a shield against everything but the quiet stars. You are held and protected in the heart of the forest, in the heart of the quiet. The sound of the creek seems to grow a little softer, a little more distant as you sink deeper into rest. Or perhaps you are simply becoming more accustomed to it, letting it fade into the background of your awareness, a soothing hum that underpins the silence. It is still there, a faithful and constant companion. The water flows over the mossy stones, endlessly polishing them, making them smooth. The sound is smooth too. There are no sharp edges to it, just a continuous, rounded, gentle rush. It is the sound of letting go. The water lets go of the land, flowing ever onward, and you can let go too, releasing the tension in your body, allowing yourself to become as heavy and relaxed as a smooth stone, resting on the creek bed. The scent of pine and damp earth continues to drift in, a cool and refreshing counterpoint to the warmth of the lodge. It is a scent that cleanses the mind, clearing away stray thoughts, leaving behind a simple, pure awareness, breathing in the cool, clean air, feeling it fill your lungs, breathing out, releasing, letting go. Each breath is a gentle rhythm, a quiet exchange with the forest. You give the forest your warmth and it gives you its cool, clean air. It is a silent, peaceful conversation, a connection to the living world outside. The tall pines stand watch, their dark forms unmoving against the night sky. They are a part of this peace, their roots deep in the soft forest floor, their crowns touching the stars. They are breathing, too, in their own slow, ancient way. The warmth of the lodge is a deep and penetrating comfort. It is in the wooden walls, in the soft blankets, in the very air of the room. It is a gentle, steady warmth, not too hot, but a perfect cozy temperature for deep and restorative rest. It allows your muscles to soften, to release their grip. You can feel a wave of warmth spreading through you, starting from your core and moving outward to your fingertips and your toes. A pleasant, heavy warmth that makes your limbs feel weighted and still. It is the warmth of safety, the warmth of being completely at ease, with nothing to do and nowhere to be, other than right here, resting in this peaceful wooden shelter. The soft, low light continues its gentle flicker, a visual echo of the warmth that fills the space. And always, the gentle creak, its murmur, is the thread that ties this whole experience together. It is the sound of the forest at rest. It is the sound of time flowing by without demand. It is a sound that you can anchor to, a soft, predictable rhythm that guides you down into sleep. The water whispers over the stones, telling a story that is millions of years old, a story of mountains and rain, and the patient journey to the sea. It is a story without words, a story told in pure sound. And its message is simple. All is well. Let go. Rest. The water flows, and you drift. The sound is a current, and it is carrying you gently into a place of deep, deep quiet. The air is so still, so calm. The only movement is the slow drift of the cool air from the window and the lazy dance of the shadows on the wall. The scent of the pines is a constant reminder of where you are, deep in the heart of nature, far from the noise and hurry of the world. The soft forest floor outside is resting, the moss is drinking in the night dew, and the great trees are asleep on their feet. The entire forest is breathing around you, a slow, deep, collective breath, and you are a part of it. Your own breath joins that rhythm, becoming slower, deeper, more regular, inhaling the peace of the forest, exhaling into the warmth of the lodge. A simple, easy rhythm, a rhythm of rest. The weight of the blanket is a comfort, the softness of the pillow is a comfort, the solid wooden walls are a comfort. Every sensation is one of safety, peace and ease. The low, warm light is a comfort. The sound of the water is a comfort. The smell of the pines is a comfort. All of these things are here for you, a gentle cocoon of peace. There is nothing to do but to receive this comfort, to allow it to soak in, to let it fill you up until there is no room for anything else. Sinking down deeper and deeper into the softness, into the warmth, into the quiet, the murmur of the creek is a soft net, catching you, holding you, rocking you gently. The world outside the lodge is vast and dark and beautiful. A canopy of stars is lightly spread above the tops of the pines, a silent, glittering spectacle. But here inside, the world is small and warm and perfect. It is just this room, this gentle light, this soothing sound. The sturdy wooden lodge is your anchor in the night, a safe harbour in a sea of quiet. The creek continues to flow, its voice a constant reassuring whisper. It does not need you to listen, but it is there for you if you do. Its song is one of continuity, of endless, peaceful motion. It is the sound of the world turning slowly, peacefully, correctly. The scent of pine and moss and damp earth is the scent of tranquility. It is the perfume of the deep woods at night, a place of profound stillness and ancient life. Each breath draws this tranquility deeper into you, letting it settle and spread. The cool air is a gentle touch on your skin, a reminder of the living, breathing forest that surrounds you. The warmth of the lodge holds you, a gentle embrace. You are suspended in this perfect balance of cool and warm, of sound and silence, of being sheltered and being connected to the wildness outside. It is a perfect place to let go, a perfect place to drift. The soft light continues to cast its slow-moving shadows. The wooden walls continue to radiate their gentle warmth. The creek continues to murmur its timeless song. Everything is as it should be. Everything is in its right place, and you are in your right place, resting, restoring, sinking into a deep and peaceful state. The forest is holding you. The lodge is sheltering you. The night is watching over you. There is only peace here, only the soft sound of water, the clean scent of pine, and the deep, deep quiet of the woods, drifting now on the gentle current of the creek's song, floating in the warmth of the lodge, breathing in the peace of the forest, down and down into a soft and quiet place. The water flows on. The pines stand tall. The lodge is warm and safe, and you can rest. The air is soft and still, carrying the taste of salt. It's a coolness that settles on the skin, a gentle weight that speaks of the vast open water nearby. There is no wind, only the slow, patient movement of the air, a deep and quiet breath drawn from the sea itself. In this profound quiet, the world seems to hold its own breath, waiting. The harbour lanterns are soft points of light in the deep darkness. They do not shine brightly, but rather offer a gentle, consistent glow. Each light is a warm, hazy circle, its edges blurred by the dampness in the air. They hang without swaying, their purpose not to illuminate, but to simply be present, marking the edge where the land meets the water. The light they cast is not sharp enough to create hard shadows, only to soften the darkness, to give it depth and texture. Below them, the water is a sheet of dark glass, reflecting each lantern as a long, wavering pillar of light that shimmers with the slightest movement of the surface. The quiet here is not an absence of sound, but a presence of its own. It is a deep, layered quiet, woven from the gentle sounds of the night. Farthest away, almost at the edge of hearing, is the occasional, lonely call of a gull. It is not a sharp cry, but a sound that has travelled a long way, its edges worn smooth by the distance and the heavy air. The sound appears for a moment, and then dissolves back into the stillness, leaving no echo, only a faint memory. Closer, much closer, is the sound of the water. It is the rhythm of the tide, the heartbeat of the coastal town, a slow, rhythmic wash of water against the stone of the harbour wall, a gentle lapping against the wooden hulls of the boats that rest in the darkness. It is a sound that has no beginning and no end. It is a constant, soothing whisper. The water lifts, holds for a long moment, and then releases with a soft sigh, a sound of immense patience, of time measured not in minutes or hours, but in the slow, inevitable pull of the moon. The lanes that wind away from the harbour are unseen, but their quiet is felt. They are empty and still, holding the coolness of the night between their stone walls. The sound of a footstep does not exist here. The sound of a voice does not exist. There is only the deep, settled peace of a place at rest, its daily life folded away and put to sleep. The quiet from these lanes seems to flow down towards the water, joining the greater quiet of the harbour, adding to its depth. Everything is held in this gentle, timeless moment. The salt air, the soft light, the deep quiet, the slow rhythm of the tide. There is nothing to do, nowhere to go. There is only this quiet presence, this gentle awareness. The mind can let go of the day, of all its sharp edges and loud noises. Here, everything is soft, rounded, and slow. The light from the lantern seems to hum, a low visual note that hangs in the air. The reflections on the water stretch and contract, breathing with the tide. The dark shapes of the boats rock almost imperceptibly, a slow cradle motion that is more felt than seen. A rope may creak softly, a sound of wood and fibre adjusting to the gentle, constant pressure of the water. It is a small sound, a detail that is absorbed immediately into the vast tapestry of the quiet. The air itself feels ancient, carrying the scent of salt and damp stone, of low tide and old wood. It is a clean, pure scent that clears the mind. With each breath, this cool, salt-laced air enters, and with each breath out, a little more of the day's tension is released into the night. It is a slow, easy exchange. Breathing in the peace of the harbour, breathing out everything else. The rhythm of the tide continues its steady, patient work, a slow gathering of water, a gentle lift, a soft spreading sigh as it recedes. It is the most natural rhythm in the world, a pulse that has beaten for eons. It is a rhythm that invites your own breath to slow down to match its unhurried pace. In and out, a slow, deep rise and a slow, easy fall. There is no effort, no rush. The tide simply is, and its rhythm is a profound reassurance. The distant call of a gull comes again, a single, floating note. It is not a disturbance. It is a part of the quiet, a reminder of the wide, open space that surrounds this small, sleeping harbour, a reminder of the sky above and the sea beyond. The sound is a small silver thread in a blanket of deep, soft darkness. The harbour lanterns continue their steady, gentle watch. Their light seems to seep into the water, to merge with it. The boundary between the light and its reflection becomes less clear. It is all just a soft, wavering glow, a gentle movement of light on dark. The solid shapes of the boats dissolve into simple, dark curves, resting on the shimmering surface. Details fade. The sharp line of a mast, the curve of a bow, all of it softens and blurs, becoming part of the overall impression of deep, quiet rest. The quiet lanes remain unseen, their presence a feeling of stillness that radiates outwards, the peace of empty spaces, of sleeping homes. The entire town is turned inward, dreaming, its collective breath synchronized with the slow rhythm of the sea. There is a sense of being held, of being part of a great sleeping whole. Time itself seems to soften, to lose its sharp edges. The moment stretches, becoming a continuous, unbroken state of being. There is no past to remember, no future to anticipate. There is only this endless now, filled with the gentle glow of the lanterns, the taste of salt in the air, the deep, resonant quiet, and the eternal, soothing rhythm of the tide. The water continues to breathe, a slow, deliberate inhale as the tide swells, lifting the dark shapes of the boats a fraction of an inch, a long, suspended pause at the peak of the breath, and then a slow, complete exhale as the water recedes, sighing against the stones. This rhythm is hypnotic. It is the only thing that matters. Rise and fall, in and out. The air is a cool, soft blanket. The light is a warm, distant hum. The sounds are the texture of silence itself. Everything is dissolving into a state of simple, quiet presence. The mind no longer needs to grasp or define. It can simply float, held by the gentle motion of the water, bathed in the soft, forgiving light. The boundary between inside and outside begins to blur. The cool air on the skin is the same coolness that fills the quiet lanes. The rhythm of the tide is the same rhythm as your own slow, deep breathing. The quiet of the harbour is the quiet that is growing within. Everything is connected. Everything is one. The distant sound of a gull is just a thought, a memory of a sound. The lanterns are just a feeling of warmth, a suggestion of light. The salt air is just the feeling of breath itself, cool and clean. The details have all fallen away, leaving only the essential elements: light, air, water, quiet. The tide breathes in, a slow, silent filling. The tide breathes out, a soft, endless release. The water laps gently, a sound that is almost no sound at all. Just a whisper, a murmur. The light on the water is no longer a reflection, but a part of the water itself, a liquid glow that moves with the surface. The darkness is not empty, but full of peace, a deep, soft, welcoming space. There is only the rhythm, the slow, steady pulse of the sea, in and out, a gentle lift, a gentle fall. The world rocks slowly in this ancient cradle. The air is still, the light is soft, the quiet is deep. The tide breathes in, the tide breathes out, a slow, easy rhythm, a deep, peaceful continuity. There is nothing but the gentle motion, the soft air, the deep quiet. Nothing to hold on to, nothing needed. Just this slow, gentle drift, just this peace. The water sighs, the light shimmers, the air settles, quiet, stillness, rest. The tide breathes, in and out, a slow, endless rhythm, a deep, quiet space, just the air, just the water, just the quiet. The air that fills the room is cool and soft, carrying the faint, clean scent of salt. It drifts through the open window, a slow and steady breath from the sea, a quiet messenger from the world outside. There's no need to move, no need to do anything at all but be here, in this stillness, feeling the gentle current of air on your skin. It is the air of a town by the water, a town that has settled into the deep quiet of the night. Outside, the harbour is a space of soft darkness and gentle light. The harbour lanterns are lit, their steady glow a comfort in the vast quiet. They are not bright or harsh, but a warm, golden colour, like captured moonlight. Each lantern casts a long, shimmering reflection on the surface of the water, a path of light that trembles and shifts with the slow movement of the tide. The light doesn't try to illuminate everything, only to soften the edges of the darkness, to touch the masts of sleeping boats and the weathered wood of the docks with a gentle hand. The town itself is asleep. The quiet lanes that wind between the old houses are empty now. There is no sound of footsteps, no distant murmur of voices. There is only the profound and peaceful silence of a place at rest. The silence is not empty. It is full of the presence of the night, full of the soft air and the steady rhythmic sound of the water. It is a silence that holds you, a blanket of peace settling over everything. The most constant sound is the tide. It is the heartbeat of the coastal night, a rhythm so old and so deep it feels like it has always been here. It is not the sound of crashing waves, but a gentle, rhythmic sigh. The water breathes in, a long, slow pull, a gathering of quiet energy, and then it breathes out, a soft release, the water lapping against the stone walls of the harbour, whispering against the hulls of the boats. In and out, a slow, eternal rhythm. You can feel it as much as you can hear it, a gentle pulse that resonates through the quiet air. Listen to that sound, the slow wash of water, a sound that cleanses the air, that smooths away the edges of the day. It asks for nothing. It simply is, a steady presence in the night. The water rises and falls in its own time, a time that has nothing to do with clocks or schedules. It is the time of the moon and the sea, a deep and ancient clockwork. A single distant gull calls out, a lonely, echoing note that hangs in the air for a moment before dissolving back into the quiet. It is not a cry of alarm, but a simple statement of being, a sound that only makes the surrounding silence feel deeper and more vast. It is the sound of open space, of the wide, dark water stretching out beyond the harbour, beyond the reach of the lantern light. Then the sound is gone, and only the gentle rhythm of the tide remains. The light from the harbour lanterns paints soft shapes on the ceiling of the room, shadows that move with an impossibly slow grace. The gentle air stirs the curtains, and the light shifts, a slow dance of gold and grey. It is a light that encourages rest, a light that holds no urgency. It simply glows, a steady, reassuring presence through the night. It has been glowing all evening, and it will continue to glow until the first hints of dawn. Its constancy is a comfort. Breathing in, you can feel the cool, salt-tinged air fill your lungs. It feels clean and pure. Breathing out, you can feel a sense of release, a letting go that mirrors the sigh of the tide. The rhythm of your own breath begins to find the rhythm of the water, inhaling slowly as the tide draws in, exhaling softly as the water laps against the shore. There is no effort, just a gentle alignment, a falling into a pattern that is as natural as sleep itself. The quiet lanes remain still. The houses with their dark windows hold the dreams of those within. The whole town is resting, held in the cradle of the night, rocked by the slow, steady rhythm of the sea. You are a part of this quiet, a part of this deep and peaceful rest. There is nowhere else to be, nothing else to do, just this moment, this breath, this gentle sound. The water in the harbour is dark and deep, a smooth surface that reflects the soft lantern light. The light shimmers, breaking into 1,000 tiny pieces of gold on the moving water, then coming back together again. It is mesmerizing to watch, a slow, silent display. The dark shapes of the boats rock gently, so gently it is almost imperceptible. They are tethered to the docks, secure and still, rising and falling with the patient breath of the ocean. The salt air continues its slow journey into the room. It is a scent that speaks of distance and depth, of the wide open sea beyond the harbour mouth. It is the smell of clean stone and wet sand, of distance and of peace. It is the natural perfume of the sleeping coast. It settles in the room, becoming a familiar and soothing part of the quiet atmosphere. The tide continues its work, a soft surge of water against the pilings, a gentle gurgle as it finds its way around stone and wood. It is a sound that has been shaped by this harbour for centuries. It knows every curve of the coastline, every rock beneath the surface. It is a sound of deep familiarity, of coming home. Each soft lap of the water is a whisper of reassurance. All is well, all is quiet. The distant gull is silent now. The night has deepened. The quiet has settled even more completely. There is only the fundamental sound of the world at rest, the water and the air. The soft light of the lanterns seems to burn even more gently now, its edges softened by the darkness, its reflection on the water a little more diffuse, a little more dreamlike. The feeling of time begins to dissolve. There is no past, no future. There is only the continuous now of the tide's rhythm, the steady glow of the lanterns. Each breath is its own moment, complete in itself. Each sound of the water is a moment of peace. The moments link together, not in a chain of progression, but in a seamless flow of quiet continuity. The boundary between the sound of the tide and the rhythm of your breath softens. It is all one rhythm now. The gentle rise and fall, the slow, steady pulse of the night. The air you breathe is the air from the sea. The quiet you feel is the quiet of the sleeping town. You are woven into the fabric of this place, into its peace and its stillness. The details of the room begin to fade. The shapes of furniture become soft shadows. The world outside the window becomes a simple composition of gentle light and deep, soft darkness. The mind lets go of thoughts, lets them drift away like small boats out to a calm sea. They become smaller and smaller until they disappear over the horizon of awareness. There is only the quiet presence of the night. The harbour lanterns continue their silent watch, their light a soft blessing on the water. The salt air continues to drift and settle, a cool, clean presence. The quiet lanes sleep under a blanket of stars you cannot see but can feel are there. And the tide, the eternal tide, continues its slow and patient breathing. In and out, a soft wash of sound, a gentle release. The light on the water trembles, a soft and liquid gold. The dark shapes of the boats are still, held in the gentle embrace of the harbour. The air is cool and calm. Everything is as it should be. Everything is at peace. The rhythm continues, a lullaby without words. The slow in-breath of the sea, the long, soft out-breath against the shore. It is a rhythm that carries you, a gentle current pulling you deeper into rest. There is no resistance, only a soft surrender to the quiet, to the stillness. The light softens further. The sounds become more distant, more muted. The feeling of the cool air is just a gentle touch. Awareness itself becomes soft, diffuse, like the lantern light on a misty night. There is the tide, the slow, steady rhythm. There is the light, the gentle, constant glow. There is the air, the soft, clean breath of the sea. And there is the quiet, a deep and endless quiet. The tide breathes in and out, slowly, steadily. The water laps the shore. A soft whisper, and again a soft whisper. The lanterns glow on. The quiet remains. The night continues deep and peaceful. Rest now, just rest. The tide will keep its rhythm, the light will keep its watch. All is quiet, all is calm. Now the narration comes to a soft close. The sounds will continue, steady and calm as you rest.